This off with a recap for some inspiration.
Um, we followed Gleam and and company to the Lockbury Henge, where we met with the uh like lords of the Corrid of these mountains, um and learned every single one of their names. um and learned of an internal conflict in well, more like a conflict that was instilled by Endolin. um she is partnered with the Brigandnox, um who are, it sounds like, tunnelers, um that are affecting the Corrid's home, and there's been like feuding between the Corrids and Briganox since Endolin's instatement. Um, we have promised to help the Corrids, and as such, have been taught a kick-ass dance. Um, let's see. We then decided to go, and I think the intention was to try to find more allies, theoretically. And along the way, we came to one of the lightning rods and learned that the lightning rods are collecting power from the storm to power not only m- mother
Otherhorn.
Motherhorn, thank you, but also a divination tool of some kind for Endolin, so because she can see everything and the future with it. And so we have attempted to, and I think successfully, shut down one of the lightning rods. Learned that they're like in the ground. We could theoretically tear them down from through the stone. Um, but we know it's incredibly dangerous because something jumped the fuck out of it and tried to rip us apart. Um, a lightning beast of some kind. Uh, we told the Corrids, even though we had asked them that perhaps we could do like a choreographed is not the right word. Um,
Synchronized.
synchronized, thank you.
Coordinate.
Synchronized attack on these lightning rods, that may be like, that would be incredibly dangerous for them, so maybe we don't worry about that so much. And as we continued traveling, hey bud, um we got stopped by a traveling puppet show that showed us everything we have done since we've entered Yon with creepy little puppets. And then as soon as the puppet show was over, it like collapsed as a cardboard cutout um, and it was really freaky. I think that's where we ended.
I didn't want to interrupt, but this is completely off topic. When I walked in the kitchen, Miles had a pretzel in each hand and was like eating two pretzels at the same time very quickly, and then he got two more and just kept going, two more, just kept going.
Like, the like, both at the same time or, like, eating one, then eating the other, then getting 2 new pretzels?
Two at the same time. Each bite was biting into two pretzels.
Double fisting it, my
hmm
Yeah.
dude.
He couldn't get the pretzels fast enough, and now he's coughing a bunch.
Yeah, pretzels are dry.
If only he'd eat that fucking watermelon I cut apart for him.
Okay. You set off through the pass, leaving the collapsed, uh, piece of painted wood on the ground behind you. The storm picks itself back up and continues to just batter you with icy winds and rain that almost feels like little needles, with the combination of speed and just sheer cold to the water drops. The sky above, the stars that you know are there, you have seen them multiple times, they are completely lost by the practically jet black storm clouds above you. The thunder and lightning that crack and flash, respectively. Had to think about that. Um, Continue in a regular rhythm. The storm does not appear to be moving at all. It is in place and it is torrential. The progress slows as the ground, the cliff sides that you walk, the passes, the rock becomes slick, and the going becomes slow. And it is as you make your way past a pair of, um, were you in a cave, what would be stalactites, but just sharp, jagged teeth of rock. That a cliff in front of you, the lightning flashes, and in the split moment where there is enough light for everyone to see perfectly clearly, y- you're so unsure that you've seen what you've think you saw that you wait for another lightning flash, and sure enough, standing near the edge of one of the cliffs in a tiny pair of blue overalls is a very small goblin, holding on to a spindle of thread, attached to the far end of which is a kite with a tail of about 8 feet. There are a number of there are 5 blue bows tied at intervals along the end of the kite, and the kite itself is well in the air. Despite the blowing winds, it seems to dance around and somehow not pull this child, this goblin no bigger than the goblin you met in Motherhorn. I'm sorry, Loomlurch. Somehow this kite is not pulling this child down or around. And as the thunder cracks and the lightning flashes and this child turns to turns their head looking around and spots you, she screams out in Goblin. Wait, does anybody speak Goblin?
I believe I do.
Honestly, the
Then
language comp in this party.
I know
Court,
Common and I know Goblin, and that is
nice.
it.
uh, you can barely make out the words through between cracks of thunder and with the wind blowing around, but this child is screaming out, "My arms are so sore. I don't want to fly the kite anymore, but I can't let go."
Uh-oh, someone's in distress.
Poor guy. I know I didn't understand that. That was Tyler.
A court says someone's in distress.
Yeah, for those of you who can't speak Goblin, even though the words mean absolutely nothing, the tone is unmistakable.
How far away are they?
About 30-ish feet.
30-ish feet where?
Uh, basically in front of you.
Oh.
The path here turns, and they're on the edge of the turn, essentially. The kite is farther out, obviously, because it's got to be in the air.
um, I'm gonna go try to help if I can.
Yeah, we're going over there.
With a heavy mix of rain and tears streaming down their face, this small goblin in their little blue overalls stand there with their hands on the wooden dowel through a spindle of thread, which makes up not thread, yarn, string that to which the kite is attached.
You sure it's not twine? I'm sorry, I'm being mean for fun. I'm so sorry.
I mean, honestly, we
40
probably
foot
would have
loose.
accepted any of those words. But
Yeah, that was my joke. I love you, Ted. I'm sorry.
hey, little guy, um, you, I can't help but notice that you don't seem very pleased to be flying your kite.
I repeat that in Goblin just in case.
She looks between the two of you, and sobs between heavy intakes of breath. It's not mine. It's the hag's.
Oh no, it's just a curse. Oh freaking dang it!
What happens if you let go?
She says I'll get real old. Real old. It's,
Like
it's a,
instantly or over time?
no, instantly. Something about the bows. I'm so tired. I've been holding this kite up for hours.
The bows of the ribbon?
Uh, she vaguely gestures with, like, you know how you like lift your elbow to kind of point at something when your hands are full, towards the tail of the kite, on which you have seen a line of 5 blue bows that are attached to the tail string of the kite, not to the string that is being held onto, but to the tail.
The weight.
Yeah.
If I cast detect magic, is it within range to see anything helpful?
The kite itself is out of range. It is 40 feet. There's 40 feet of string. So the kite
Clever.
itself is out of range. However, the string definitely has a transmutative magic attached to it. In addition to the same sort of
curse necromancer bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, you're pretty familiar with these by now.
Mm-hmm. Did she tell you what about the ribbons? We might be able to untie the ribbons for you.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. If like, is there anything we could do for you? Or do you think you could explain it to us? But I know you're tired.
Oh no! Oh, and as she starts sobbing, there is an intense crack of thunder, loud enough that your ears ring, and for about 10 seconds you are almost completely deafened. The 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 ground beneath you shakes a little bit with how close this thunderclap was.
Okay, all right. We gotta cheer this kid up. Um, I want to approach her and say, "Hey, hey, I know, deep breath, so you're gonna be okay. Um, look, we can help you out. We just need we can talk about it and we can figure it out, but right now we need to you know, deep breaths. Do you like tricks?" I start juggling.
She turns to watch you and opens her mouth to respond when a considerably more high pitched and cackling voice calls out from somewhere around you and seems to echo around you. It is coming from above you for sure, but the echo is real weird, and you haven't seen anyone else. But there is just a high pitched cackling. Likes tricks so much she got herself tricked herself. Stole a kite, got tricked.
All right, well that's enough from you. Just quiet. I want to.
What are you gonna do? Cut me down?
I'm sorry. I'm looking around for the source of this voice now.
Is it the kite?
Sure enough, on the kite surface, as it blows and turns around, there is an incredibly wicked looking harlequin face. It's not painted or sewn into the fabric. It's almost like the kite is made from a face. Okay, all right.
Um,
Just gross.
I'm gonna like kind of wave my hand, like gesture at you guys, like you take care of that, like, and I want to try and comfort this child and calm her down if I can, by doing like neat little tricks, pulling out little
Uh, make
colorful
a
things.
persuasion check for me.
Sure.
Sticking with it.
I got. I'll insp. Sure.
Ooh.
Not my best.
You
Can I also just be like continually using my like guidance, my guiding whispers, just so that the boy has or the child has a D4 for like checks to not let go of it and stuff.
sure. Um, y- you do see a little bit of the tension in the goblin's arms relax a little bit. Court, as you uh, sorry, that is a separate thought. You do see a bit of tension in the goblin's arms relax. Period. Court, as you are speaking calmingly to this little goblin and doing tricks, uh, it is there is a very clear mixture of a desire to see these tricks, but at the same time they are completely distracted by the the taunts of this kite that continues to cajole her, and essentially call out like the things like stole a kite, got yourself cursed. Oh,
Uh,
you won't go back. You'll never see them again, ever again. You're gonna be here till you're old and wrinkly, one way or another. And
um,
despite your best efforts, she is just she continues to grow more and more upset.
I would like to pursue this further if I can. I want to help her hold the kite. I want to like put my hands around her goblin hands and help her hold the kite and maybe kind of guide her to sit down if I can.
Before you do that, like seeing you begin to do so, um, Hemlock will say, "Perhaps we can lessen the slack, but just you," and he'll shout to the kite.
Is that it's just you?
I'm just trying to get its attention and see if it will actually speak to us.
It turns to look at you and is clearly aware of your presence, but for the most part continues to just taunt this goblin.
What are the terms of the curse?
If she lets go, every bow 10 years. And then begins to do that in sort of that annoying sort of sing-song way that people do that. If she lets go for every boat, 10 years. If he lets go for every boat. And the goblin gets just begins to wail, and probably 10 feet from you all, uh, close enough to make your hair and or fur respectively stand up on end, a lightning strike chars the ground. And the winds of the storm pick up, and the kite string unspools a little bit, probably another 5 or so feet as the winds pick up and pull the kite.
So you don't have to be flying, then. She only holds the string, is that correct?
It bites its bottom lip, which is
Excellent.
really creepy, uh, since it's a kite.
Um, is it like more is it more of the like giggly biting lip or like a suddenly I shouldn't speak anymore kind of bitey lip?
Probably the latter.
Okay. Then I'm going to grab to the string and just start pulling it in. That way she's got slack, and she can put her arms down as long as she's got her fingers like around it.
And yeah, I want to be like, help reinforcing her hands gently and trying to guide her to sit down.
Um, I will need an athletics check from Hemlock and another persuasion check from Court.
Um, Seeing Hemlock do that, I'll assist.
Okay.
Kick ass, thanks.
Yeah.
And I'm
Oh
trying-
god, I'm gonna use my new inspiration. Oh god. I mean, my
well
next
done.
option is to kill the kite because it's just
I
needs
was
to hold
gonna
the
say, I
string.
mean, if we can get it reeled in, and we just kind of chop the string right at the like base of the kite itself, like she won't have let go, and the ribbons will not fly away.
I wanted to try to scare the shit out of the kite first, actually.
And then we can just hang on to the kite and just rip it up. Easy peasy. You hear that, kite?
Can any of you use your magics to untie the ribbons?
Only once it's closer.
To answer you, Arlen, when uh, you 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 um you make the threats about just burning the kite, and it laughs an incredibly just wicked laugh. Like clearly it knows something and says, "Go ahead and try. You can see her die." Man, coming up with rhymes on the spot. I should have prepped for
You are
this.
doing incredibly, my dude.
Oh, this is on the spot? Incredible. I would not be succeeding. So did you put this curse on her? Like, is this like a curse of your doing? I mean, it's quite the curse.
No, I can't think of a word.
You know, I sort of like him. Perhaps we could keep him, travel with us. He could help.
I wouldn't trust this thing as far as its string would allow it to fly.
Oh, well, it will help keep the rain off at least.
Attach some sticks to each corner and just kind of like use it like an umbrella.
I thought exactly. With the mouth facing up, so if he tries to talk too much, he fills with water.
I do want to try and make like a dry area. Can I use like a mage hand as an umbrella?
You could hold up like one of your other costumes with it,
Yeah.
and that would suffice.
Oh,
What?
here, take the lily pad. You might be able to like hold it up like an umbrella.
Ooh.
Because it flies, you can tell it to fly right above you.
Yeah, I would. Yes, that's perfect. Put it right on up here. I also and I want
Oh,
to like
okay, I finally got it.
prestidigitate things dry. You know, get this poor child, a little less sopping wet if I
Uh,
can.
I finally got it. Uh, what's up, buddy? What are you doing?
Yeah,
Sorry,
who is it?
unrelated. It's my dog.
Which one?
To answer, it's Otis. I
Hi,
think he got
Otis.
sent down to go to bed.
Mwah, mwah,
Uh,
mwah.
to answer Arlen's question, the kite shrieks back with a mad giggle. Uh, uh, Evil curse, it's a gag, but it's not mine. From a hag. There we
Ooh,
I'll
that is a
do
good one.
Yeah, it took me a few minutes.
that.
Arlen, I'm sorry, not Arlen, Court. You hold up the lily pad, which would normally float were somebody on it, but you hold it up and are able to keep the worst of the rain from falling on this goblin. Uh, the winds do drive some of it on there, but you are able to, with the lily pad and with prestidigitation, dry her off. She is very clearly considerably more comfortable without the rain pelting her, as it is pelting most of you. I'm
I'll
thinking
have
about that now with Banner, and you're probably hearing a lot of like tang 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 like rain on metal.
um I'll have one hand, helping still reinforcing her hand, but I'll, have a little fire in it, Druidcraft, and kind of keep it near her so she's a little warm, just a little bit.
Her her sobbing returns to a steady cry. The kite continues to call down and jeer and uh, begins to spread its insult, or not spread, begins to pepper its insults occasionally with jabs at the rest of you. But for the most part remains fixated on tormenting this goblin. The wind does begin to settle a bit, despite all that, and it returns to its previous position.
Vanna, could you bring it closer?
I can certainly try. And I'll try and reel this thing in.
Okay, make an athletics check.
I'm doing that thing where I'm just like winding the string around my hand and then under my elbow and around like that.
You get a very solid, just tug on this kite string. Uh, the resistance that you feel is way more than you expected.
Mhm.
Like sure, this is a kite getting blown around by an incredible storm, but it is like there is somebody pulling on the other end. You manage to pull it in about 5 or 10 feet, so it's about 30 feet away.
Mm.
But pulling it to the ground will take a considerable effort. And as you as you pull it in, and you get your arms in, and you try to reposition so you can pull again,
Mhm.
the kite, like, the face on the kite turns to a face of anger, a face of rage,
Mhm.
and you almost immediately feel something actively pulling against you. Before it was just resistance.
Mhm.
Now something is fighting you. And the
Mm.
kite, its voice dropping from the screeching kind of sing-song rhyming just suddenly snarls, "Hey, no cheating!" and begins to try to pull against
It
you.
is, like spot fishing in the Sea of Fallen Stars. I haven't thought about that in many, many years. Thank you. And I'll just dig in, start pulling.
Okay. Arlen,
Um,
Hemlock, what are you up to?
I'm casting detect thoughts on this fucking bitch.
I'm gonna give bardic inspiration to Banner for this.
Okay. The initial surface thoughts, which is a weird thing for an animated object to have, but have them it does. This kite wants nothing more than to yank itself or to be yanked out of this goblin's hands. It wants to fulfill its end of the curse, and it is beginning to realize that that might be in jeopardy.
I'm gonna dig deeper. I'm going to, yeah, I'm gonna fuck around in this guy's head. Um, which is a wisdom save. Thank you, Tyler.
Actually, small animated object brought to life. You can't give me. Oh, it's probably in here. Haha. Creatures.
You may
That
have
is
eaten
a
all the
wisdom
cookies.
save. Oh yeah, this is gonna go great. What's your DC?
15?
Yeah, you are able to dig deep. What are you looking for exactly?
I I understand that most of the time these curses require like a component be replaced. So I'm trying to find either that component or like theoretically, like we just talked about, if we cut this string, well, not cut the string. If we, I mean, cut the string might be the better one because I think he just said if we kill him, then it's the same as her letting go, right? But
Um, if someone were to take the string from her, it would be the same as her letting go. If you
oh,
were
okay.
to cut the string, it would be the same as her letting go. Um, this animated kite is because this is a hag curse, and you are familiar enough with them. It like the curse is triggered by the kite, but it can't do it. It is magically prevented from doing so until the conditions are met. So it's just waiting for that. So until those conditions are met, it can't do anything. But it is something that the kite must actively do. So theoretically, if you were to destroy it fast enough, it would not be able to. But this is a cursed object, and those can be tough.
hmm While
Um,
I'm in its brain, then I'm going to use a bonus action to say to it, "I will see you dead." Um, telepathically. Um,
Would I think that I'd be able to like dispel the animation of this kite? Not remove the curse or anything, but just stop this kite from being animated with a dispel magic.
its animation is sort of intrinsically tied to the
Okay,
curse. Like it is only animated because of the curse.
gotcha, gotcha. Okay, well, Banner's got a hold of the string, but she hasn't let go of it yet. Is keeping it from like tugging away like it was trying to or something.
Correct.
Um, I want to try to cast suggestion on the kite. I know you want us to let go. And I get that that's your goal. How about, you help us and we'll just untie these bows right quick. Just relax. We'll untie the bows and then you're free to go.
Can you populate suggestion for me real quick?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll work
Okay.
on an animated object. It says creature, so
Yeah. It just creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this effect. Yeah, I don't see anything that says it's immune to charm. Uh, yeah, you weave your magic. You focus on the face of this kite and um weave your magic which settles over the kite who the face immediately goes a little bit slack. It stops taunting you all. It stops screeching, and um the string in your hands, Banner, the pull stops. Uh, exactly what were you suggesting, Kenarly?
uh for it to stop resisting and let us like reel it in so that we can uh get these bows off of it, and then we'll see about letting it go.
The line in your hands, Banner, you are able to suddenly reel it in fairly easily. Um, the kite close up, it is not, uh, just to sort of dispel something I may may have accidentally intimated earlier. This is not actually a face. This is not skin. This is an object. Uh, I just meant that it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Um, I should just let it be a creepy face. Damn it.
It is. It is a creepy face.
Um, it while you have it in hand at this point, it is. Find that later. Um, the kite itself is fairly sizable, certainly taller than this poor goblin child, and just sort of sits there silently in your hands. The bows are each a dark blue satin, which are somehow, despite being out in the storm, completely dry. The kite itself is not, but the bows are.
Okay. I just want to talk to you guys before I start. I mean, they kept saying like, i- get aged for every bow. So if it doesn't have the bows, then like it won't get aged for any bows. You know what I mean?
It,
My priority is I just want to calm this kid down, you know? It might be he gives like a pointed look at like the rain and the clouds, you know? Might be helpful.
I don't know that we can stop the lightning. As like another bolt like strikes over our heads.
Yeah, actually, as you reel the kite in, and now that it is close, this child is like on the verge of hyperventilation because this thing that has been taunting her for who knows how long is suddenly right, you know, 10, 15 feet away. Well, no, probably closer than that. It's probably about 5 feet away as you all are holding it. And even with it falling silent, like her eyes have gone just hugely wide, and I mean,
Yeah,
imagine having a creepy thing taunt you, and then suddenly it's right next to you, and and the storm around you is in fact the winds are really crashing into you now.
yeah, court is just that is what I'm advocating for before we make any decisions. I really want to help this kid calm down before anything else. That is court's input.
I don't know that we have a way that will be able to get her to settle until this thing is dead and the curse is gone. Um,
Um, I mean, I have an idea, but I think like if I do that, the suggestion is going to end.
what,
well,
what's your idea?
I mean, I can hypnotize her.
I don't know that that's going to be worth the
wait,
effort.
do we believe that if we remove the ribbons, then we can let the kite fly away without
That's what
any ill
I think.
effects? Because if that is the case, then we can remove the cause of the torment of the child, and we can then have many more avenues open to making her more comfortable and more relaxed. But as long as we have to keep this thing here, I don't see how
Hmm. I
making
think
them
we just
calm.
gotta make things happen. Um, I want to go ahead and I want to roll on my spirit uh tales table, and
Okay.
then whatever I get, I want to just start telling her a story.
Okay.
It's a 1. Spirit Tales.
I want to be sure that I understood this correctly. The bows come untied, she will age 10 years.
No, it was if she lets me go, she'll age 10 years for every bow. So like if she lets the kite go, for every bow that is let go, she ages 10 years. So if we untie the bows and the kite gets let go, there are no bows to cause aging. That's my thinking.
Ted, what was it that what was the actual? I don't want to untie those bows unless we know for sure that will not age her, because that would just be a
I don't think we
tremendous.
have a way to know for sure.
That's why I'm asking for the verbiage again, just to be sure.
It is as Tyler said. If she lets go for every bow, 10 years, but in the correct order because I've already forgotten my own rhyme.
I'm willing to trust that. I'm willing to trust that we can untie it and then it'll be okay. I just that is just a gamble still. Just in case, because like I don't know, the image to me was that they would come untied for like per 10 years, but that might have just been my projection. I mean, hell, if we just get it closer, we can mage hand those ribbons undone.
I mean, you
Yeah, I
have
mean
it
we've got it.
nearly in hand right now. Yeah.
So it's just a matter of doing it. So Arlen's going to start telling the tale, tale of the clever animal. I'm just going to start telling the tale of the tortoise and the hare, and just take it slow, nice and easy. Uh, it's okay to like be calm and rest, and things will come to you if you don't rush, and just emphasizing on like relax.
Okay.
The technical effect does mean that she, if she makes an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma check, they can roll an extra die and add the like a d8 to that check. But um, I don't know if that matters. But yeah,
Go
so
ahead
I'm just
and
gonna try
also
and
make
calm
me
her.
a performance check, and I will give you advantage for Court's efforts keeping her dry and trying to settle her and wrap her out. Okay.
Performance is what I am proficient at, yes. Persuasion, not so much.
You begin to tell her this tale, and even as the magic of uh, your 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 bardic storytelling settles around her, I'm sorry, even before the magic of your storytelling begins to settle around her, um, you can see that her breathing begins to slow. Court, you can feel her arms relax, and she kind of leans back, not leans back, leans into you a little bit, as you can all see her visibly relax. And as the story continues, and she becomes more and more and more enraptured in the tale of the tortoise and the hare. Uh, the storm around you begins to abate. The winds begin to to falter, and eventually there is simply a light breeze blowing. The lightning flashes become farther and farther apart and more distant until there are no more bolts. There are simply flashes of light in the clouds, which have faded from their dark, stormy thunderhead appearance to a more fluffy white cumulus that is just barely edged with the gray of a storm cloud. Banner, the string in your hands has gone completely, uh, not lax, slack. Um, as there are virtually no winds left to drive this kite around in its weird uh, dance in the sky.
Thank you, Arlen. Then I want to, start, cooing to the child. There you go. There you go. You see? There you go. You're you're safe. It's gonna be okay. Just reassurances.
You still have the kite under your magical suggestion. What are we doing?
Court himself takes a deep breath. Whew, okay, now, what do we think? Um, what do you think? What's your name? Talking to the goblin.
Yeah. My name is Phenia.
Fenia, is that an okay idea if we untie the bows?
I I think so. The old creepy lady put the she said it was the bows.
Court looks around at everyone. I just wanted to make an informed decision under better circumstances because I don't want to. He swallows pretty heavily.
Yeah,
Make any
we get it.
mistakes.
I don't want to be old.
Neither do I, kid. Um,
Could I continue to detect thoughts to see if I can figure out if it is untying? I so badly don't want to untie the bows if that's gonna fuck it up so bad. What would detect thoughts lend any insight?
You have like full perusal of this creature's thoughts, and it is apparent that it just needs the string gone so that it can once the string is out of her hands, those bows will curse her. That's what it was waiting for. Then then the suggestion settled, and its thoughts just kind of become static.
So no insight about the bows tied or untied?
I mean, they had said that, like,
Yeah, I'm sorry if I muddied up what I was trying to clear up. Yes, removing the bows is will protect her from the curse. It knows the magic is in the bows, if that makes
Okay,
it clear.
just
yeah, and it has to,
removing the bows, not
yeah.
necessarily untying the knot that is the bows.
I mean, we can just
I know
take the
that's
bows
stupid,
off.
but just like, but
Yeah, we
that's the part that's freaking me out is that we can take the ribbons off then. If it's within my physical capability to do so, I will do so.
You begin to remove the bows, and the thoughts go through this creature's mind that, yeah, I should probably stop them, but like, then I can just fly away. Like, do I really care enough? And it doesn't take you long to remove these 5 bows. They're just simply tied on there with the same string that the kite is held on by. Um, and within moments, you are holding the 5 blue satin bows in your hand.
And detect magic. Would that reveal that the curse seems to be gone?
Um, the essentially yes, like the potency of the magic fades to practically nothing. This object is still animated, which I mean is technically part of the curse. So technically, the curse is still around because it is still animated. But beyond that, um, it it doesn't the potency is gone.
Okay. I think that's it.
What should I do with these? Hold up the string that I've collected that's still attached to the kite.
Think we're good to toss it off the cliff.
Fina, I think you can let go now.
Are you sure?
I gesture to Hemlock, who has the bows, right?
Yeah.
You should be all good.
Okay. She lets go of the string, and nothing happens. The the kite, uh, suddenly finding itself without a grip on its string, uh, takes off into the air, and you watch as this kite just soars away. Occasionally, you can hear the echoes of it laughing to some thing it said, probably, who knows? And uh, Fenia stands there with a big old smile on her face. Oh boy, that was scary. Oh boy, that was scary. Thank you. Who, who are you? I'm Fenia. Who are you?
I'm Court, Arlen, Banner, Hemlock, pointing all the way around. We're gonna go kill the hag.
Her eyes somehow managed to get bigger as you mentioned killing the hag. You're you're gonna you're gonna go for Lynn? You have to be careful. There's a lot of my mom and dad are in Motherhorn. You've got to be careful. There's lots of people there.
We've got a plan. It's under control. We're gonna be real careful about it.
I don't want to go back there. Um, um, if if you see them, can you tell m- can you tell my mom and dad that I'm I'm going I'm going back to our old cave?
Yeah, of course. What do they look like, kid? And what are their names? Huh,
Mom and dad.
you don't know your parents. Okay. What do they look like?
She reaches into the front pocket of her overalls and produces two things. One is a piece of paper with a charcoal and colored wax drawing of three goblins, one considerably smaller and in blue overalls, and the other is a single dandelion in a tiny, tiny clay pot about the size of like uh like a shot glass, basically. And she holds up the drawing and says, "That's them." Needless to say, this is not very useful. It's not very helpful.
I
Um,
turn around to Amador. No, fuck, that's not his name. Wait,
Amador, the
yes, it
dent.
is. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
Amador.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It, It is hard to say exactly the look on his face, given his face is a giant dandelion flower. What? What? Do I
Not all
have something on my
dandelions are
face?
related. What? Stop that.
There's not a lot of growth here. A dandelion is still within itself kind of an oddity. It seems a very distinct thing to add to the drawing, that's all.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I may have not been clear. The second item that she produces is a small terracotta pot about the size of a shot glass
Oh,
with a single dandelion uh, poking out of it.
maybe that was me not hearing that specifically. Okay, all right.
Sorry.
I thought that was part of her drawing, and I was like, that's very, very specific.
Damn it! I shouldn't have said anything. That would have been so good. Uh, um, she very proudly hands over the piece of paper with the drawing on it. The other goblins are a little bigger, and she has colored their hair and their eyes and given each an outfit of blue pants and then either a purple or a green shirt. And she points very enthusiastically to each figure, and that's my mommy and that's my dad, and they work in Motherhorn. They do some of the scenery stuff. I I just I was playing, and I think I took something I wasn't supposed to, and Lynn got real mad, and I just want to go home, and I want them to go home. Can you tell them I'm going home?
We'll tell them. And yeah, yeah, we'll tell them.
Do we have anyone here who might be able to escort her home safely? Get the gaggle of followers we have.
Uh, Amador shakes the flower at the top of his stem. I cannot. I have sworn to Gleam that I will safely get her to her sister. I cannot break my word. And Squirt, who is still being carried by Clapperclaw, yeah, I really got to get back to Motherhorn. I really don't want Lynn to end the spell that keeps me alive. So, uh,
I don't mean to
Clapper,
be rude, but as long as you're not flying, you are at our mercy.
true. And with no discernible means of locomotion, Squirt begins to float.
There you go, Clapperclaw.
Who looks at him with the stoic expression that a a dried stag skull would give him. You son of a bitch, and begins trying to catch Squirt in his little crab claws. who immediately begins to circle around him and do a little. Oh, you almost got me there. Oh, no, just out of reach. Come on, Clapperclaw, no hard feelings, right? No hard feelings. Come on. Wouldn't you want someone to carry you? All right, yeah, I can get her. I'll take her home. I guess I'll just meet you at. I'll try to find you at Motherhorn then.
Stay safe.
Oh boy. Uh, Fenia reaches out and takes one of his claws with one hand, and in the other hand she holds out the small potted weed, essentially, but the small potted flower, You can have this. That way, mom and dad, they know you found me. He's holding out
Court, do
to
you
you,
want to
Court.
take it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, I will.
Uh, you take it from her, and Fenia leans in to whisper, "It really likes music."
Oh, all right, noted.
Okay, clapper. It's this way. Clapper, 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 Oh boy. Heading back the way you came, uh, the the scarecrow with his giant stag for a head, standing literally only antlers taller than the tiny goblin figure that you have rescued in her little blue overalls. They disappear behind. They disappear from sight eventually as the path winds between the high mountain walls, and you are left standing on the a few feet from the edge of the path, looking down over a very steep drop. The last of the kite string disappearing from view as the cursed kite finally got its wish and was released from the child's grip.
Good work.
Onward.
This
Good work, everyone. Court in Ireland. And I appreciate your help with that banner. That was quite strong.
Anytime. So shall we?
mm, sketched evil on
Oh, got a little face.
onto the mines. Uh, Taking up a position in the front with Pollinella fluttering around the large dandelion that makes up his face. Amador once again leads you off through the mountains towards the mines of Briganock. The 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 area around you remains free of storm for a time. The winds that previously had badgered you, and the rain that felt like so many little needles in the after the calming uh, of the storm while you broke the kite curse, it remains calm and almost pleasant even for a time. The clouds eventually thin enough that the stars become once again visible, just barely, just the brightest of stars peeking through the gray blanket of clouds that spend so much time above you. You are able to see just a tiny group of shooting stars make their way through the sky before once again on the hour there is a s- a flash of lightning and racing along through the sky, bouncing from lightning rod to lightning rod. And while it doesn't strike the rod that you had seen previously, it still somehow seems to make its way around and uh, off in the distance, the peaks of Motherhorn with the tiny little specks of light um, are once again illuminated quite brightly for several seconds as the lightning bolt terminates in the um, in the tall, unadorned lightning rod that not projects that sticks out of Mother Hornets. That's good wording, Ted. Um,
I loved it.
yes, thank you. Not, not projects. Not poke
Protrudes.
out. Thank you. Protrudes from the top of Mother. By clock of hemlock, you are walking for at you walk for at least another hour or so. The mountains remain largely featureless. Occasionally, the way twists back on itself, or the paths emerge onto areas that you find yourselves single file across across a narrow path that only barely seems wide enough for one of you. The mountains are otherwise so often so featureless that the time both drags on and seems to fly by. The landscape remaining fairly not constant, but simply the same. Uh, off as the as you make your way back away from uh, the edge of whoop, did we lose a router again?
Uh-oh.
I think we did. Everybody's still here? Max, you still there? We'll just give it a minute. Yeah, okay,
Yeah, there they go. Okay.
so what's everybody got planned for the weekend? Do you have movie night or game night, Oliver?
We did game night tonight before I
Oh,
came here actually, because Benny has D&D tomorrow.
oh, cool.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't drag you away from game night early.
No, nope, not at all.
Okay.
Tomorrow I got Michael supposedly has plans for me tomorrow. It's my birthday tomorrow, so
That's
Oh,
right. Happy
awesome.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
oh thank you. But other than that, no. Uh on
Other than my birthday, no big deal.
on Tuesday is Michael's graduation, so we're going into the city.
Oh,
Awesome.
awesome.
Awesome,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah. Got his batchy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hells yeah.
I want you to know I actually thought about, because I saw anytime that Britney Spears is in the news, I think of the of when we sat in on Michael's, not that Michael's was about Britney, but the other presenter who was, and it makes me think of Michael's presentation.
He got to give that presentation again. He got picked up for a different symposium
Wow,
Cool.
that a lot of people applied for. But he got in. It was really exciting.
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds awesome.
it was pretty neat.
Welcome back.
Thank
Um,
you.
I'm not positive when sound cut out for you too.
Very quickly after um Fina got sent away.
Okay. It's mostly describing traveling, so,
Mm.
uh, and, um okay. The,
Had me scared there.
what's that?
The silence had me thinking it was gone again.
Sorry. No, the sky remains clear as you travel for some time. The storm that had bothered you previously and badgered you um, with cold rain and harsh winds remains dispersed, and the clouds have thinned just enough to allow some of the starlight and even the rare shooting star to peek through. There is no moon, um, but the the heavens are so full of stars that there is still, it is not quite the faded red and purple that you were met with in Hither, but uh, a a fading silver light that seems to drown out what little color remains here in Yon. The uh, the mountains already being so uh, monochrome bluish gray, the rest of the color in this silvery light seems to fade almost into the monochrome, um, which makes it almost startling when off in the distance, not in your path, but um, some distance off down a winding way to the to the west by Hemlock Reckoning, there is a sudden flare of bright light, and an orange light, clearly some that dances around, clearly a fire of some sort. It is high above you on a pillar of rock, uh, but only for a few minutes, and then the the light goes out, only to reappear a distance off, and it lasts this time for 20 or so minutes as you continue on your path, and then goes out. And as you are walking, um, for about an hour and a half, every once in a while there is the flare of a fire that lasts anywhere between 5 and 15 or so minutes and then goes out, and then a different fire begins. Every once in a while, there will be 2 flames, 2, not close enough that they are, directly next to each other, but 2 nearish enough to each other that when the second fire lights, the first dances and seems a little brighter for a moment and then is gone. And uh, after about a dozen or so of these flames, um, Amador is still in the lead with Pollinella now resting in the fronds of the bright golden flower. Gleam is walking silently behind you all, um, and the uh, the pathways that you are walking eventually go through a narrow pass, and For a time, the lights are blocked from your view until the pass ends rather abruptly, looking like something may have broken the stone. And then you are able to once again see these dancing flames. Distant flames. That's the word I wanted. Um,
What are those? What is that?
at the back, a rather sullen voice. Well, those are probably the Fey beacons. I I imagine that Argothass is trying to make his way home, but hmm,
What
oh,
does that mean?
the yeah, sorry, I forgot. The beacons. There are fires set at the top of the beacons, and if all 8 are lit, then the portal in the lake. You think of a place, and when it appears in the lake, you you can go there. While I was a and the sarcasm drips from the word guest at Motherhorn, there was another guest, an elf from the material plane who came to. Well, he was desperate, looking for help with his kingdom. I don't, I don't know what his deal was with Endelin, but he told me he was leaving, and I imagine he's trying to get home. He was a nice enough prince. I think he was. Yes, prince. Is- uh, Amador, are we still? Still going to the mines. Still going to Briganuk. I can only go by what it is that. What was her name? Arg Argolthas? The Corid Queen.
Argantel.
Argental. It should be this way. And he moves to go between a set of boulders and makes 2 or 3 steps, and then the ground begins to shake. And he looks down at his little leaf foot, puts it to the ground, and there's a loud thud, and the ground shakes. Apparently, I do not know my own strength. And he goes to walk, and there's no thud. Peering out from between the 2 boulders, through which Amador a moment ago was going to walk, a large head, a head from bottom to top taller than even you, Banner, with a single eye set in the center, and wearing what is uh, very clearly a a net veil, like a hooded veil of some sort, to to protect it from the incredibly active swarm that is resting on the net, on the hat, a large, a just a truly giant being straightens up. I'm sorry, is when you see him is bent down to the ground practically, staring at Amador. Uh, Why can I not pop this up? Why can I not pop this up? Show 2 players. Did that pop up?
Mhm.
Okay, there it
Yeah.
goes. I was not getting any feedback on my end from the I wasn't getting the confirmation pop up.
And I also wasn't I was like wasn't looking at the window actively, so I wasn't giving you any feedback on my end. I'm so sorry.
No, I normally Roll20 when you try to show something to players will say, "Are you sure?" And I wasn't getting that. Anyway,
It's that we will show this, whether you're sure or not.
staring at Amador with one giant eye, this creature bellows something. Does anyone speak giant?
Okay, Ted.
This is the number of NPCs they put in this module that only speak one language is pretty wild. Now, Fenia did speak common, but she was terrified, so she went with whatever. She went with her, like, what would be like a, oh my god, primary. That's the word I'm looking for. Language. Anyway, does anyone speak giant? No. Okay. Uh, whatever this giant is shouting at Amador, it is clear he is pissed. Absolutely furious. Amador, for his part, seems to have as much clue what is being shouted as any of you. And he steps back rapidly and draws his rapier. This individual straightens themselves up, towering over you all. I mean, easily 20, 30 feet tall, a massive beehive carried on a forked stick with a number of bees crawling all over the outside.
Kind
He,
of look at everyone else to confirm that we're all kind of lost.
Yeah, big shrug from Court.
the giant shouts something else, and Amador backs up all the way to you, and uh, rapier in hand. I I don't know about the rest of you, but I I cannot imagine that this is a happy giant. I
Do you know him?
I I have never seen this giant before in my life. But I mean, he is a beekeeper, and there is a quiet buzzing as Pollinella, previously resting in the golden fronds of Amador's face, flies behind the flower to the stem and lands and clings on.
Uh, can can I cast detect? Is he within range of detect thoughts? The giant?
What, 30 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the outside of your range, but he's in. That's all you need.
Is his brain in range or just his toes?
Thanks to non-Euclidean Dungeons and Dragon math, yes, he is both 30 feet away and 30 feet up. So
I'll use that to my advantage and telepathically inquire. Um. Uh. Apologies, we don't understand you. What is the trouble?
the the answer comes in giant for a moment, and He stands there staring at you as though this should be resolved, and then the telepathic answer comes in what can best be described as a very deep and loud, uh, not quite buzz, but uh, a there is a certain quality to the voice that does remind you of the bees around him as he just answers. Excuse me, that was not part of the answer. As he just answers, "Flower steal queen bee. Need queen bee for honey mead." And
Uh-oh.
the giant takes 3 or 4 steps, closing about 10 feet of the distance between you, and reaches out one giant hand.
Oh. It would appear that Pollinella is the queen of his hive, and he is very upset that she is no longer with the rest of the colony. Appears to be affecting productivity.
E- Pollinilla, Pollinilla is her own bee, and she does not seem to want to go back with him.
Yeah, can't he
I,
just like coronate a new bee and then they're the queen?
I don't think that's how that works.
Well, that's lame.
Could I roll a nature check about bee information?
uh,
Because Max knows how this works, but that feels like a weird thing to just assume that Hemlock knows without rolling.
uh, go for it.
Okay.
I mean, maybe that's how that works. Who knows? Uh, no, I
Uh,
mean, a hive without a queen is definitely in a bad spot. Go ahead, Banner. Sorry.
oh, I got nothing.
This does appear to somewhat be a conflict for Amador and Pollinella. However, it feels rather bad to just leave you to it. You've come this way and are coming to our aid. I feel selfish to not extend the same help.
I do not understand. What is conflict?
Uh, well, it would appear that the giant folk wants Pollinella back, and she's not interested in returning to him.
Right. Well, that's what I understand, but I don't understand why there is conflict. Pollinella does not want to go, so Pollinella does not go. Who is he to say where Pollinella should be?
Just that he's quite big.
It makes it harder for him to tie his shoes.
He is not wearing any shoes.
That's probably
I-
why.
Yeah, I think that's just evidence. I'm going to telepathically tell the giant, she does not appear to have interest in returning to her position. Perhaps there is another hive you could foster?
This seems to confuse him greatly. Like he actually like stands up, like back up to his full height, uh, scratches his head, or well, as much of his head as he can get to through his massive bee hat. He plants the end of the staff onto the rock with a loud clang as the metal capped end of the pole hits the stone, and the hive thumps against the stick. And the telepathic response is, "Why would Queen not want to go back?"
I'm going to telepathically communicate with Pollinella. He wants to know why you don't want to go back to the hive.
I'm sorry. I don't believe this will work, only because I believe for detect thoughts they have to have an intelligence of 4 or more.
I
Am I?
believe that is correct. Actually, ooh, hold on. Let me.
Yeah, go ahead and give me the mile-long receipt.
It's the worst fucking spell that I use all the fucking time. Um,
3 or lower, then
Yeah.
it doesn't work.
3
Or
or
one
lower.
that doesn't speak any language.
Oh, that's good to know.
This is ridiculous, but I need to know if there's a character sheet. There's a
For the
character
giant
sheet
bee.
for the bee. Oh, you know what? I'm trying to look it up in the book. It's like I have something with a search function at my fingertips. No, it's actually
What's the name of the item that you're using?
Um, it's the helm of telepathy. I'm not 100% positive it actually gives me the translingual assistance that I'm using it for right now.
As long as you maintain concentration on the spell, detect thoughts, you can use a bonus action to send a telepathic message to a creature you are focused on. It can reply using a bonus action to do so. So yeah, you have to be able to like detect thoughts and then like focus on them.
Yeah.
what I thought.
So
Yeah. I've only been using it within creatures within 30 feet,
Yeah.
and I'm glad to know that it's not language bound, because then we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, they
it
just
does
have to speak a language.
yeah.
You just don't have to share language, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, better than other telepathic powers. Kalishtar.
Yeah, that one at least has the growing range, but that does mean it starts out at like 10 feet.
Yeah. For some Kalishtar.
True, for new Kalishtar.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, unfortunately, Polynella is incapable of responding to you telepathically.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of turn in her direction then, and kind of like feign that conversation, uh, that like apparently telepathic one, then turn back to the giant,
Okay.
um, and then say, "It would appear she has interest in staying with this knight here."
What? Why? She has a whole hive. Oh wow, I've already lost it. I've already lost his voice. This is terrible.
Well, he's proven to be a noble protector. She has her freedom, and she's able to wander, and he has kept her safe thus far.
Get a new queen.
Might be in your best interest to get a new queen.
He with an incredibly loud thud, he just drops to a sitting position. The ground shakes around you. There is the sound of rock breaking in the distance and clattering and falling. Have 3 hives. Need queen for this one. And he shakes uh, gently, waves rather than shakes the staff that contains the large beehive. For clarity, this beehive is like 7 or 8 feet tall. It is huge. Um,
If you have two, must you have a third?
Maybe he can merge them.
hmm,
Make one big hive.
Perhaps we could offer our assistance in helping him replace the queen.
We would like to help you find a new queen, if that's possible.
Agree, agree,
Come with me.
agree, agree, agree.
He leans on the staff with a heavy groan as he forces himself back to his feet, and with incredibly loud footsteps that disappear very rapidly the moment he passes between the same two boulders that he emerged from. He wanders off and out of view for a moment. Then you see an arm between the boulders, sort of waving for you.
I shrug at everybody. Start walking after
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, we're going.
All right.
We can go with this giant, but there is no way I will give up Polonella, my love. She has said she is happy. I cannot send her back.
Yeah, don't worry. I think we're just, um,
Doing what we can to not get squished.
Uh, the giant leads you through a winding path that um, eventually emerges to rather the moss-covered stone blocks of what was clearly once a large stone tower protruding from the mountainside. The conical cap of the tower is half embedded in what is uh, clearly some um, what is that called? It is debris from farther up the mountain, scree, bits of not. It's not quite gravel, but it's not. It's also not solid rock that has fallen down from some higher point and has brought this tower down against the mountain. There is a large kind of courtyardish area outside the tower. A a large circular area with a laughably small compared to this giant wrought iron fence. It's probably about 6 or 8 feet tall. I mean, we're talking like shin height on this giant. And within it are a number of large mushrooms. These mushrooms have the classical white stalk, about 6 or 8 feet tall, with a huge red and white spotted cap, and uh, the caps are probably 15 or 20 feet apart. Make and in the mushrooms are in a triangle shape, so that the entire yard slash courtyard area outside this stone tower is probably twice as wide as the tower. And there is um, a giant rotten tree at the back, directly across the yard from the moss covered stone tower. Um, 15, 20 feet high, probably wider than it is tall. The remains of this stump are swarming with bees. There are on two of the remaining branches of what is left of this rotten tree. There are hives similar to the one at the end of this giant's staff, and you watch as he takes the hive that he has been carrying and sets it down near this enormous tree, and the bees that have been buzzing so loudly, uh, and the volume of which has gotten louder and louder as you approached this giant's den. There is an almost deafening sound as the hive seems to uh, possibly emerge all at once, almost, to make the trip from the hive that he has been carrying to this massively large tree. He walks over to one of the giant mushrooms and with one large hand lifts one of the caps, and you can when the cap is lifted, you can't see, but you can certainly smell the sweet but also very alcoholic smell of whatever is fermenting inside these mushrooms. And he dips a finger into a honey amber colored liquid and tastes it and grunts some sort of approval before replacing the cap on this giant mushroom. And uh, with uh, with very deliberate and delicate footsteps, he he crosses back to the hive, retrieves the now empty. Removes the now empty hive from his from the stick he's been carrying, and goes back into the tower and holds the door open.
Following again.
The inside of this tower is all one large room. Whatever walls might have been here before have been removed, as this giant barely fits in what serves as his home. There is a bed taking up a quarter uh, of the tower's depth. It takes up about a quarter of the tower. The other there is, besides that, a small table and a large bench, which would take some climbing, uh, but he gestures for you to seat yourselves and offers a hand if you would like to be lifted onto the stool.
I think I'll take that offer since I can't fly.
Banner will walk up the leg of the chair.
Arlen will try a good leap. See what that gets him.
You got good jumps now?
Court's
I do
flying.
got good jumps. I can jump 15 feet.
Oh yeah, you are able to plop down, hop up on the stool, and for his part, the giant shrugs and very very gently lifts Hemlock onto the stool, along with Amador, who also does not fly. Amador has not put his rapier away, but is not like carrying it aggressively. Uh, and with a loud thud, this giant sits on the bed. His eyes are fixed on you, Hemlock, because he is aware that you are the only one with whom he is able to communicate. And you see him staring at you for a bit, unsure how to. Uh, a combination of unsure how to initiate conversation and also unsure if you have gotten his messages and are just now being silent.
Oh. I recast the spell. And apologies, did not catch that. What were you saying? Something?
Why be not want to go back to Hive? Is good mead this time. have other two hives, not nearly as big. You said if she does not come, you said you could help.
Perhaps we could offer to find another queen for you. Where did you find these bees?
I went down the mountain to the swamps.
The swamps.
Mm,
With these creatures? And I'll project an illusion of the bullywugs.
he laughs uproariously and nods.
We've come from there, and perhaps we should pass through again. We might be able to inquire about bees. Kind of confusedly looks at everyone else.
He shakes his head. Took best of hives. And for his part, Amador, I don't know how much of this are you relating to everyone? Just
I because I can pass messages along with anyone I can detect, as long as everyone stays within 30 feet, I can just have like an aura of detection and just bounce around. But it's just
okay.
going to take a long time.
Okay. Are you including Amador?
Uh, I think that's appropriate. Yeah.
Just making sure.
hmm
Uh, the giant has indicated that he has already taken the best of the hives uh, uh, from hither. You recognize the area, like because you recognize
hmm
the bullywugs. He has already taken the best of the hives from hither. There are no more bees worth taking from
Well,
there. And
what do you plan to do once the queens you have die?
mm, hives with queen make new queen. Queen lays eggs, makes new queen. Hive splits. Right now, I have hive with no queen.
Could not one of the other queens make a new one for you?
Or just merge them into a bigger hive?
He shakes his head. Take too much time. Lose my honey mead. Need it.
What do you need it for?
He looks at you, some slightly perplexedly, and then just says, "Drinking."
Just wondering if it's a favor for the hag. We are planning on. We are traveling to Motherhorn with the intention of having a form of conversation with Endelin. Perhaps there are things there that you would prefer to have other than just mead that we could bring back for you.
Make a persuasion check.
Not bad for not trained.
Sits and thinks for a moment, and then, hmm. Guess I can have 2 casks. I don't know what is there. What you think is helpful?
I wouldn't know, but perhaps there might be something More powerful, more interesting? What brought you to Yon? Were you always here?
Mm-mm. That's yes. He
Okay.
grunts in confirmation.
Did you like it before the hags came?
It was easier to move around.
Well, we are planning on returning this place to Zabilna. When that happens, perhaps it would be you would have time and convenience for looking for more hives, more bees. Time will pass either way. Your bees will come and go.
Never had a queen leave before. Don't understand.
I believe it only has something to do with Amador here. Not that it's a choice that he made for her. I assume. And he looks at Amador.
Amador's air quotes face is very pointedly looking at the ground right now. Pollinella remains attached to the central stem slash neck of Amador, and very sheepishly he looks up and says, I did rescue Pollinella, my love, from this place, but she she found me one day when she was out. The queens rarely leave, but Pollinella, my love, came to me many times and asked me to take her away with me. And so I came to this place, I entered the hive, and I took her with me. I did not know that it was this giant's place. I was not lying, I have never seen this giant before. But it was me who took Pollinella from this place. And he does sort of straighten his flower head somewhat proudly when he says that. It was a rescue. I rescued my love.
Hemlock nods, and then tells the giant, for whatever reason, it would appear that Pollinella has chosen to leave the hive and has asked for assistance in doing so, perhaps because she does not seem to be able to speak even to me as I am to you now, but has a connection with Amador.
Oh, I can speak to him. I can speak to Pollinella. She understands me.
Then would you mind telling me, for all of our conveniences, what made her leave?
We
Or
are
want
in
to leave?
love.
Simply that? That's excellent.
He straightens up, and Pollinella leaves her perch on the back of his stem and lands on top of the flower that is his head, and buzzes a little bit. And Amador nods. I have told them, my love. I understand. You will not go back.
Buzz 3 times if you have heard of Stockholm Syndrome.
um, it. She says that she is in love with Amador and does not wish to leave his side.
The giant once again removes his beekeeper's hat and scratches his head. Was that
With that, I look desperately at somebody else. I don't. And then, like, kind of like conferring with like our friend, like my friends, like, are any of us handily equipped to describe the romantic love?
Love is a Mindy wondrous thing.
Yeah, I
It
was just
lifts
about
us
to
up.
say, yep, Arlen, take it.
So he goes into a big grand display that is completely lost on the giant, I'm sure.
As long as somebody is translating, that somebody, of course, being Hemlock. I don't know why I said somebody. As long as Hemlock is translating,
This is a slow
Trying my
thing for you to
damnedest.
do, and I do not slow down for you.
the, with a uh, with an just ever growing, like wide-eyed look, the giant nods as you are translating the rapid fire poetry from Arlen, uh, and then he, like, when you finish, he stares at you for a moment, wide-eyed with his giant mouth open, and he stands up, looks around frantically, and retrieves a small chest in 2 fingers. Like, this is a chest sized for you all, not him. And he very delicately places it on the table in front of you. "You'll find me, love. I give you this. You go."
Shit.
Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a
Okay,
find.
I'm gonna fly on over to the giant. I'm gonna touch his hand. I'm gonna say, "It's right here, buddy."
Little.
I did my best. I'm sorry, guys.
That was very much appreciated, Court. Valiant effort and sacrifice.
"You find me, love, he keeps me. You keep this." And he pushes the little chest at you again.
I will open the chest.
Inside, you find a absolutely. There are 3 things. The first of which is a lyre, carved out of some dark wood. It is absolutely gorgeous. The strings are golden. The filigree on it is amazing. There is a tiny crystal vial, no more than a couple inches tall. It is dangling on a little silver chain, and there is a quiver that is stitched with it is stitched with green embroidery, scenes of trees and get the I get a slide. Stitched with scenes of trees and nymphs and dryads and all sorts of fey creatures, in green thread on a dark leather. The giant looks at you all and raises, sort of wiggles his one giant eyebrow.
Let me try this. Do you
"Deal?
have do you have anything you really, really like?
Bees. Drinking."
So love is a
Dating profiles
feeling.
coming together.
Love is a feeling. It's like liking something, but like on a, it's like more extreme passion, and it can be shared between people. It is not a tangible object.
I think he wants us to find someone bigger. That I think he wants us to find someone he can love.
Deal.
All you need is love.
Deal. I will say very hesitantly.
He very, very gingerly closes the tiny chest with one finger, stands up with a very large smile on his face. Thank you, Adam.
Welcome.
And has a huge smile on his face as he stands up. You need rest? Rest here. Find me, love. I wait here.
All right. I'll be honest. I have begun to realize in recent days that perhaps my perception of healthy relationships is entirely skewed, but I do know quite a bit about, well, my mother and father cared about each other deeply, and I don't think it's totally without the realm of possibility of finding someone or something equitable for this creature. It's just a matter of the time, and frankly, we might be able to take enough time. Like, might not be urgent.
I was made for loving you, baby.
All right, thank you, Arlen.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like it could be not that hard, right? I mean, we're in the mountains. There might be other stone giants around, perhaps. At least.
No guarantee that they'll be in
Well,
love.
well, look, if we find someone, we can certainly circle back and introduce the two. But if we do not find anyone, we have still been successful in making sure Polonella is not returned to the hive to which she does not want to go.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that.
You
Do you
were
want to,
made for loving me, baby.
do you want to try and explain to our friend that perhaps the items in the chest are necessary to help find him love?
Oh, I thought that might have been implicit. Would it be all right if we took these items with us so that we might continue this quest for you?
Yours. Too small for me.
Good point. There you are.
Wonderful.
And with this bizarre task ahead of you to find love for the giant Cyclops beekeeper whose name you have not even figured out,
No,
uh,
I have
we
not
will.
asked.
I know. We will go ahead and take our 15-minute break.
All right.
Okay. Sorry, so I think something fell in the fridge, and I'm trying to figure out what it was, and I can't. I freaked myself out. We're fine.
Um, having accepted the quest for this Cyclops beekeeper to find him love, you have accepted the reward, a wooden chest containing some very fancy objects. Uh, the offer to stay and rest in what was once a stone tower and is now essentially an efficiency apartment for this Cyclops. Uh, or you can resume your journey through the mountains of Yan, heading towards the Briganock mine. Uh, what's the plan? What are you up to?
I think we just go back to what we were doing, and if we bump into an ideal Cyclops partner along the way, then we investigate.
How long have we been up at this point?
You have, if I am remembering your travel from last session correctly, been up for the better part of 8 to 10 hours.
Okay.
It is early evening. Um, you would guess probably, I got to do some math in my head here, about 5 o'clock Farunian Standard Time, courtesy
Fantastic.
of Hemlock.
Right, hem clock.
Hemlock.
But it can
Oh my God.
maybe perhaps we take a moment, hour or two, and just rest a little, recharge, so to speak.
That sounds fine.
Yeah, basically, I'm looking for a short rest. I don't know if anybody else needs a short rest.
I don't think I need one.
I'll never say no. Get me back some inspo.
Yeah, I'll take that fourth
Tyler,
level
you're
spell
doing a
slot
pretty good
back.
job of rhyming tonight. Perhaps inadvertently, but it's there.
All right, short rest it is.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Arlen, don't forget you have Death Ward on you.
Oh yeah. Oh,
How long does that last?
8
8
hours.
Nice.
Exactly what I needed.
I guess
The hit
theoretically
dice.
you could also recast it and then take the short rest, right?
I will do that. Actually, that was something I thought about last session
Hmm.
for the
Also, I
future.
will. Do I have Song of Rest? So if Baron, if you want to roll a d6,
Okay.
if you need to.
Yeah, that is nice. Although
I'm just looking at the math. I think I need that third die anyway, so. Yeah, I may as well use it. I don't see another.
Didn't we? I'm like, my sheet is totally good, which doesn't sound right. I thought we fought those guys in the lightning rods last session, right? What?
Yeah, but I don't know that you. But we took a short rest right after that,
Did I
so
use
you
any
would be
spells?
no.
Did we take a short rest right after that?
Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
I don't see one in chat.
Yeah, I mean, if we had, I would have rolled a hit die.
Yeah, I have all my
Okay.
hit dice still. I'm full health. I'm full spell slot.
I mean, you might have just not gotten hit.
Right.
Did I not cast anything?
I
I
don't
think
think
I
so,
just
'cause, like,
shot my.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
You
cast
jumped back
greater
to that battle
invisibility
map.
on you, and then you were using
I was
normal
just using
attack.
my crossbow. Okay,
Yeah.
so I was just super. My sheet is
Yeah,
intact.
you were
Okay.
just good.
You also don't forget all of you have currently
Hero's
16
Feast.
extra max hit points from
Oh,
Hero's Feast.
That's what I took.
Yeah, that's not temporary hit points. That's actually added to your maximum, so you can heal those if you want.
Really?
Yeah.
For the time that it's active. Yeah.
Correct. For
14 more hours.
Yeah.
14 to 16 more hours.
Yeah, it lasts for
Okay.
24 hours. So you all have been traveling for, if I remember my math total correctly, about 10. So
Okay, so what we need, right, is like a
Corey, you can
giant.
also roll a d6 additional to your hit dice.
We need to find like a
Say again?
giant mirror. And then,
Song of Rest, you can roll an extra d6.
Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
no worries. We need to find like a giant mirror, and then just I don't know, like put some lipstick where the mouth would be.
No. Oh no.
Ouch.
okay. Um, you all rest in the reasonably cozy, if slightly crowded little room that is the remains of this tower. Uh, the giant keeps a small fire going in a hearth, so the tower stays fairly warm, and you are out of the rain and the wind. Um, the place certainly does have a homey and lived in feel to it. There are small um, tchotchkes is the word I'm looking for. Little trophies and carvings in various places, things that clearly mean something to your host. The hour passes uneventfully, unless there's anything anyone wants to get up to during this rest.
What do these tchotchkes teach us about his personality?
Many of them look hand carved, probably by himself. There are various animals. There are some goats. There are some. Um, there are tiny little what you suspect is an approximation of the chorids. There are a number that are carved into what is supposed to be bees, uh, but wings are a little perhaps harder. And while you are here, he does occasionally steal glances at all of you as he is whittling a piece of wood.
I wish people would stop making things that look like me.
Judging from the things that are around here, nothing to worry about. Your rest completed and feeling slightly refreshed. You all are. The giant is all too happy to help Hemlock and Amador back down to the ground, and he sort of carries you like people who are rescuing a spider, and you set them outside. He doesn't think to take you like back to where he met you all. He just sort of puts you out the door and then closes the door. And with a somewhat sheepish, flowery face and pose, Amador, if you would like, I can show you the hive, or we can get going. We should probably get going.
We should probably go.
I must thank you all for helping me to keep Pollinella safe and free, as is her wish. I have almost nothing to offer you in return. I have only Pollinella and this. And he rests a leafy arm on the hilt of his rapier. Um, if you would like it, it is yours. But I would ask that until such time as our mission is complete, I be allowed to hold on to it to defend her.
I don't need to take your sword.
Yeah, I mean, I hardly ever even use mine.
Yeah, no, you keep that, buddy.
If there is anything I can ever do, you have only to ask.
Look at this guy. Promising him to us, like his sword to us, and I almost did that to him. Man, how the turntables.
There is a sudden piping up. Hey, with the clapper clog on, you could carry me.
Why
What?
would we do that?
No,
You can fly.
I was talking to the, yeah, but I don't, never mind. You're right. Gotta pull your own weight, Squirt. I'm not talking to you. Yes, that's my name. I was talking to, we should just go.
I mean, is it tiresome for you to fly? Like, does that exert, like, strenuous activity? It seems pretty effortless.
I gotta think about it. You gotta will it, or I could just let somebody else carry me.
Squirt, would you like to come and sit on my box?
Hell yes. And floating up onto the wooden the wooden crate, it settles itself on the large round uh the on an oil can, the thing you would pump, I guess it's the rubber disc, and just settles in place. I
Let
do
me ask.
realize that I'm gonna have to be facing backwards, or I'm gonna have to stare at you back the whole time. Oh
Would
well.
you? Well, perhaps we can fashion you a small stand or something the next time we stop for the evening.
Yeah, maybe this is fine. We don't gotta worry about this. I look backwards. It's fine.
I am curious. You have been here before, as you know the way to Mother On. You must have seen many interesting things traveling here. Many
Mm.
interesting individuals. You met any that might be a match for our new one-eyed friend?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real honest. I'm not exactly a matchmaker, because, I
Hmm.
mean,
Maybe, maybe you found him intriguing.
I'm just glad I don't actually have a nose and an
Hmm.
olfactory sense, I think.
I I cannot comment one way or the other.
He was made for loving you, Squirt Can. He was made for loving you.
How this is beautiful. Are these originals?
Um, um, what's the word that I'm looking for? Shoot. When you take something and then change it
Hmm.
to make it funny.
Transformative work. Oh, parody?
Yeah, it's parody work.
I see. Well, um, if we ever make it back to Faerun and you ever make it back to the Far East, where the Amaska Empire once was, I know a group of bards out there that do all of their best work on, well, these platforms that spin around the turntables you mentioned. Yes, those things.
Yeah, I mean, I'll check out. I'm not much of a singer except for when, the fancy hits me.
Mm.
Um, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to stay with the carnival forever.
Well, what would you do instead?
I don't know. Um, like I get to visit a bunch of worlds and stuff, but like I don't get to explore any world that much, you know what I mean?
No.
Okay, well, most of what I know about anything comes from talking to dead people.
Mm.
And I'd like to learn things myself. But that's kind of what I'm doing now.
Oh, so traveling with the Carnival is sort of like being on a cruise ship.
Yeah, it's always carnival. It's never not carnival.
Uh,
Perhaps it is just my perspective, but that doesn't sound that bad.
I mean, it could be worse.
Okay. You, as you are enjoying this conversation, having fond memories of the carnival and what the future may hold, you are once again, Amador and Paulinella take up a position in front, leading you along the way that has been given to him by Argantel. Um, the the mountains around you begin to um, the high cliff walls that have for so long risen up to either side of you to kind of not close you in or box you in, but that have sort of shielded you to your side many times, begin to shrink and fall away until uh, the 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 mountain that you find yourself traversing becomes far more open. My goodness, and steep. You are clearly making your way higher and higher through the peaks of Yon as the clouds seem at first so far away, then they they slowly creep to almost within your grasp, and then seemingly quickly you find them below you. They're uh, the the thick mists that you have seen throughout so much of Prismeer, whether it would be on the edges of the realms you have been to or on the mountains, um, you once again feel that the cold yet solid resistance that you felt when you made your way from hither to thither in the swamp balloon. And then you find yourselves above them. The sky above you, for the first time since your arrival in, well, for the first time really since your arrival in Yon, the sky above you is clear, and the full enormity of the starlight above you reaches down, um, not quite turning the area to day, but certainly the brightest it has been since you have been here in Yon. Even when you were enjoying the festivities on Lockberry Henge and um, and the Corrids did their dance and cleared the sky, that cleared the area around the henge, but not beyond. Here, above the clouds, um, finally the vastness of the sky is clear. Those of you who do require breathing, which I think is only two of you at this point, um, do find that the air
Ironic.
up here has become very thin. I don't know what the hell that is. The air has become very thin, and um, it has likewise started to get cold. Not the cold biting winds that you have dealt with throughout so much of the storming here in Yon, but rather just the air all around you. Though still, though there is no wind, it is freezing. Um, and it is this combination of cold and thin air that makes your lungs burn a little bit as you are trudging along largely uphill at this point. The path on which that Amador leads you winds through these tall mountains, and you travel for another couple hours. Um, the bright light casting not just uh, the bright light casting shadows all around, in a way that you are not that you are sort of not used to, because the darkness of the storms for the most part meant there was only really any light when the lightning flashed, and that is the other thing you all realize, is that you have not seen or felt a lightning flash in some time. The static and the charge in the air, uh, to which you have started to grow accustomed, is gone. You can occasionally see a flash of light in the clouds below you, but nothing like the solid and horizontal bolts which you saw so regularly during your travels so far. It is perhaps because of this light, or at the very least, because things have become much more stable, you realize that you are being followed, dancing from rock to rock, from place to place. Um, you can't see any individuals, but you do see shadows moving along the rocks, dancing around, but not the person casting them. This is in stark contrast to Gleam, with whom you travel. It it is perhaps even more apparent now, because you do have a steady light instead of the flashing of lightning, how strange it is that she casts no shadow at all. Um, a strange look, I mean. Y- The shadows are following you, but they don't seem to be trying to close in on you. They are staying about 60 to 70 feet away, uh, behind you on along the way you've come. There are three shadows that dart from place to place, slipping under outcroppings, and uh, dashing along, but never getting too close. They have it is probably at least an hour that they follow you, unless you are doing anything to try to lose them or anything like that. They, like I said, they don't ever get close to you, and they don't look like like the stalking maneuver of like a hunting cat. They get low. They're trying not to be seen. They're clearly hunting. These are these don't have that feeling. They're just sort of chasing, almost.
Think telepathically I'll ask anyone if they feel like we should do anything. If we should try to catch them or
The
stop
most I
them.
feel like doing is calling out to them. Other than that,
I don't see what. I mean, I don't see why not. If we already know that they're there, then what harm could them knowing that we know do, right?
yeah.
And they could attack us, but I think that's okay. We'll be fine.
Been followed and eavesdropped on before. Handled it well. Excuse me. Just turn back in the direction.
You stop and turn, and the shadows suddenly lay flat against a rock, their arms up in like a creeping pose, like they're trying to be completely unobtrusive. One of them immediately um, looks as though it is um, leaning against the one of the nearby boulders. Its lips pursed as though whistling, although there is no sound that comes out. The other suddenly bends down and looks as though it is tying up a boot. Uh, None of them actually meet your gaze. None of them look at you or respond.
We are aware that you are following us, and just would generally prefer if you weren't, or if you insist on doing so, at least telling us your business.
The middle one that was tying up its boots straightens up and puts a hand to its chest as though to say, "Are you talking to me?"
Yes, well,
Looks
all of you.
around.
Certainly all of you. We see all of you. I can make this more frustrating for everyone, and I'll telepathically communicate to each of them individually. I can see and hear you.
The response that comes back, oh wait, no. Hold on. Do these things have a language? Oh boy.
I also speak Undercommon, but I don't think that that will help here.
Speak a language. Boom. Languages, none. You reach out, and although you can find their minds, wait, right? Oh God, do I
Yes.
need the thing of detect thoughts again? I don't.
Detect thinking creatures within 30 feet.
Yeah,
Minimum
they
of
they
3
are definitely
intelligence.
there, but you can't detect a creature with intelligence 3 or less, or the one that doesn't speak any language. Um, like you can sense that they are there, but they do not seem to. They don't seem. I mean, they understand your words enough to pantomime a response, but the telepathy unfortunately does not reach whatever semblance of a mind they might have had.
Hmm.
The one that was just doing a casual lean against the rock pose, uh, puts its thumbs in its ears, wiggles its fingers, and uh, turns profile just so that he can stick out a tongue at Court.
I'm going to fire an Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay. Gordon's just gonna repeat the gesture back.
That will hit.
You seem intelligent enough to be able to communicate in some facet. So tell us why you're following.
Um, we are. Hold on.
I'm not trying. I should be clear. I assume this is going to take like initiative, but the point is to scare them into thinking that like we're not just dawdling travelers.
Are you trying to hit them for damage, or are you just trying to intimidate them?
It's an intimidation primarily. I'm not trying to like immediately kill.
Go ahead and make the intimidate check.
Sure.
See if I need to.
Did you want to deal the damage though?
I'm fine with damage having been dealt, but that's not the primary function of what I'm doing.
The bolt of energy strikes this one that currently has its tongue out and its fingers in its ears. doing like moose antlers thing, fingers to his head. Uh, Court, while you are returning the gesture, it gets hit with the bolt. Uh, Grabs at it, like makes the gesture of grabbing like its side, like clearly injured from the blast of magical force, and it immediately slinks to the ground under a rock and disappears. Like how a shadow in the light moves the wrong direction, suddenly vanishes. That's what that one does. The one that was in the middle that had been previously feigning ignorance that you were speaking to it, uh, does a double fisted middle finger and seems to do that move where you just kind of fall straight back and is gone. The last one, its shoes tied suddenly, uh, also like sets itself as though it is in racing blocks and takes off and just slowly sinks into the ground and disappears.
Well, took
Just a
care of it,
couple
I
of
guess.
We
sassy
certainly
little
won't see them
shadows.
ever again.
Banner returns right at um, the shadows scared off. You are able to once again make your way towards the mines of Brigannock. The pass above you, or not above you, the pass on which you walk, which is not quite at the peak of this mountain range, but certainly up in the higher elevations, is, if less stable, it is somewhat made up for by the lack of the storm, and several hours pass uneventfully. The feel around you, and certainly your own energy expenditure, Arlen and Court, you two are um, certainly more affected by um, the elevation and the cold. If I could have both of you make a Constitution saving throw, please. Okay. Um, Although the air is thin and and cold, you are both, even if you are huffing and puffing a little more, you are otherwise unaffected um, by the environment in which you find yourselves. Uh, for their part, Amador and Pollinella seem completely unfazed, although Gleam is certainly uh, breathing a little heavier and um, uh, lagging a little bit as she can be heard mumbling. We should have just gone straight to the castle, I guess. What's even in this mine? As
I think you
it
just muted yourself.
yeah, I did.
I was just saying I was thinking about what I might have in my kit that might help her out, but I'm not a helper in this for this character.
I'm not much of a helper either. I can really just give like inspiration.
The incredible silence of this trek, other than other than the soft and regular crunch of the rock beneath your feet, there is nothing else up here that is making sound. There are no birds, there are no insects even. There is nothing. The sound for some of you, the sound of your own breath echoes hollowly as you are making this trip until in the distance, and actually I should just for Hemlock, while you don't hear your own breath, that quiet mumble is still uh, omnipresent at the back of your mind. Um, the lack of other sounds certainly making it louder than it has been in previous areas of Yon. However, that sort of strange and uneasy silence after the relative noise of the storms is eventually broken. Very, very silently at first, and louder as you walk. The sound of pickaxes, of stone being chipped away, of hammers clanging into pitons or metal picks striking and flaking off stone softly at first, and then louder and louder and louder until it is an almost cacophonous music as a this just rhythmic and steady clang begins to wash over you, and off ahead of you, certainly the direction from which the sound is coming, you can see the lit mouth of a cave. The area around the cave, there are several um, large, probably 18-inch diameter stone pillars. Uh, Six of them in two lines of three, forming sort of like a V shape if looked from above. Uh, stand in stand against the light emanating from the cave. Near each one of these pillars, which the color of which does not match the rest of the stone around here. Um, Near each of these pillars are a pair of tiny stone statues of very familiar cloven hooved little individuals, uh, each statue with the thick ropey hair of the Corrids is set to be peering out from around these pillars as though they were watching, staring, uh, very angry daggers at the cave entrance.
These are statues of them, you said?
Correct. There are two statues by each pillar. There are six pillars. The statues are each pair of statues is made out of the same material as whatever the pillar is. Each of the six pillars is made from a different rock um, that is that you recognize from among the stone types at Lockberry
It's
Henge.
bedtime.
There is
It is
there
time
is
to go
flint
to
and
bed.
obsidian. The only ones that are missing are the chalk and shale, which were the two individuals playing the dragon chess when you first arrived there. Um, there, like I said, there are two of these statues carved to look like Corrids that are staring at the cave entrance, peering out from behind these pillars. Oh wait, actually, I have a handout. Haha! I think. Oh, come on, I know you do. Carry on. I'll look for this. Sorry.
We're we came this way because there is a secret tunnel to Motherhorn. Did we want like do we think that there's any hope of like being able to helpfully communicate with Brigand Knox, or do we think that that's not going to happen?
Sorry,
Um,
are you asking me, or are
yeah,
you
Uh,
asking?
it,
Table.
Okay.
nah, I mean, it seems pretty clear, right, that um, the these people are enemies of the Cords, right? And Ar Argante of the Trail, I guess the Queen is. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but
Argantul was, I believe, the
Argantal,
chalk. Oh no, she was shale. You're right.
right?
Hmm.
Argantal was pretty clear, I think, right, that like they're at war. They used to get along with the Briganox, but they're at war with the Briganox, right? And so, I mean, I guess technically we haven't chosen a side, so we can try and uh, play it cool and see if they'll let us through, right? But I don't know. The chord seemed pretty cool, and if these guys are now feuding with them, I don't know how cool the Briganox are going to be. On top of that, like we've got the problem of we're looking for a tunnel that's hidden by magic, presumably hidden by the Briganox by magic. And so even if they're cool with us initially, I don't know how excited they're going to be about us digging around for something they're actively trying to hide.
We have someone here who knows where the tunnel is. It's just a matter of finding them, right? I guess that's more of a Ted question, right?
I don't know that you have someone who knows where the tunnel is. The tunnel, you have been told, is
A shortcut.
shielded by. Yeah, it's a shortcut to Motherhorn, but it is shielded by Briganox and was created by them.
Okay. I
Right.
remember the spy. I figured the spy knew where it was, but
Oh, okay. I know what spy you mean now. You're talking about the one that Argantel mentioned.
yes. Yes.
Um,
Oh.
yeah, the spy had overheard them talking about it, but did not know where it was.
Gotcha. 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 Okay.
Yeah, I think our plan was. I don't think we were planning on trying to reason with these guys. We can give it a shot, but I'm more on the side of get them there at war with
Yeah.
our buds.
Yeah, I'm there. I just wanted to be sure we were all there.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, which is definitely a good call. And it also doesn't answer the question like, do we want to just go in guns blazing, right? Or do we want to try subterfuge and try and sneak around and um, see how far we can get with that
process. Just because we don't think announcing ourselves and attempting to reason with them is a good idea doesn't mean the strategy is therefore solved.
Uh-huh. I think attempting like going in unnoticed
Mhm,
is, while maybe not to our advantage,
mhm.
one of the simpler and better solutions. I don't know that we have like the wherewithal to have more subterfuge than like just don't get caught, you know.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, we got an awfully big group to be trying to sneak.
Yeah. I think we could
Harlan?
maybe try to play it cool, but I don't know.
Hmm.
I mean, if we get caught, I can try to talk our way out of something, but like, I'm kind of with Court on like, if it's gonna be a fight, let's fight them.
Uh-huh.
But I think we have to find the mouth of the cave first, or have we found it?
We're in front of the cave.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. But then we were talking about whether maybe we didn't find it.
Uh the secret tunnel to Motherhorn.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Two
So
different
that's
things.
somewhere inside the mine, and we have to find it. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Right. And we've also got to figure out what's going on with these statues, which I'm sure are totally cool and are just here to mark the entrance. And they're other than that, they're completely decorative.
I mean, I think that might be something that we can worry about after the freedom of Yawn.
I mean, I agree, unless they hinder our entrance into the cave.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Right. Like, but if that's the case, then we're going to know it pretty quick.
Right. Okay, we just try to go sneak in, or go in with stealth, and then see if we
Mhm.
get caught.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
All right.
Alrighty. Stealth rolls, everybody.
Oh, that's abjuration. Dang it.
Oh.
Well,
Hey, everyone.
As soon as you step into the cave, the sounds of the mining stop. The sound of hammers and picks on stone immediately cease. But no one comes rushing at you. The cave itself uh leads into what is clearly a mine. This is stone that has been chipped and torn apart into a tunnel that is about 8 feet high, um, about 5 feet wide. It's pretty. Excuse me. I'm sorry, 3 feet wide, not five. It is. I mean, basically single file at this point. So if I could get a marching order, that would be nice. Um,
I'll be leading the way.
okay.
I'll follow right behind.
It's about 5 feet wide. There are no lights. There are no torches. There are nothing like that. Although there is a glow, and you certainly saw a glow when you were approaching the cave. Um, there are no like torches or sconces or anything like that um, that you can see throughout the mine. And I'm sorry, what was that order?
Uh, Banner, Arlen.
I'll take the back.
Court, and then Hemlock.
Yeah. I'm gonna Hmm. If I may, I would like to. Oop, I think I'm gonna use this twice, both on myself and on Arlen.
Sweet.
Sorry,
Um,
Banner.
yeah, like I mean, I hate to do this. I'm gonna fire up that gem of brightness.
I forgot who doesn't have it. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
You-
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of us that
Nobody has
don't. So,
it.
right, so it's a
No,
problem.
Yeah. 3 of you have 0, and 1 has light up my entire damn map dark vision.
Right.
I'm special.
We should have had a Twilight cleric in here could share.
Oh, you know what? I think I heard Amador talking, and they're a first level Twilight cleric. So fire it up, Amador, help us out.
Oh, wow, actually, that does raise a good point. How the hell does that dude see?
Tremor
Blind
sense?
sense.
Yeah, blind
Probably
sense. Tremor
blind sense since he has no eyes. No, he just has normal old vision, no dark vision.
Awesome.
He can be blinded.
He can. Wow. Wow. Okay, anyway.
He was blinded by Pollinella, but
A the tunnel corkscrews down into the mountain, and as you walk, there don't appear to be many or any actually branches here at the top of the tunnel. Uh, the the walls of the tunnel glitter with chips of precious stones that have clearly been removed, with only a tiny portion left behind. Um, and the as the colors sparkle and as you walk, after about 5 minutes, you have not seen a single individual. However, the sound of mining begins again. The steady, quiet, uh, not quiet, echoing rhythm of metal on stone, echoing from not just down below the tunnel, but in fact from the way you have come, although no one has walked by you and you don't see anyone actually moving above you. Another 5-10 minutes down into the tunnel, there are still no branches. The number of bright and sparkling uh, stone chips in the otherwise barren walls, um, with the gem of brightness up, casts scintillating reflections, like walking through uh, a tunnel lined with disco ball mirrors. And I need for uh, shoot, I need for everyone but Banner to make a Constitution saving throw. Yeah. Hemlock, remind me, you can be put to sleep, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's no good.
As you are walking through these tunnels, and with the order that you are in, um, Gleam pulling up the rear with Amador. Well, actually, would you want her between you all, or did you want her to stay outside? What's the plan? I should have
I
asked before I said anything else, but
I think between us and Amador.
Okay, that's sort of what I thought. As you are making your way down through this winding tunnel, the colors of the gem fragments in the walls combined with the steady rhythmic clanging of the mining below. Hemlock, Court, and Amador, you find your steps getting heavier and heavier. Your eyes grow so just blurry. Just I'll just shut them for just a minute. And the two of you fall asleep. Uh Banner and Arlen, although you are in the front, you can hear the two of them. You can hear their footsteps
Mhm.
slowing, and you can hear Gleam expressing surprise. Hello, wake up, wake up! No, no, what are you doing? As the two of them slow, eventually lean against the wall and fall into a gentle sleep.
I will slow down and look over my shoulder. Then I believe we have a problem. Let's go investigate. And I guess I come up upon, if I remember the marching order, I think I probably come on Court first.
Uh huh.
Mhm.
And I'll just gently sort of shake Court. Good morning, sleepyhead. It is time to rise and shine. We have secret tunnels to find.
Do I stir? Do I wake?
You do not. No matter how much you shake Court,
Mhm.
Court does not wake up. Arlen, what were you doing during this time?
Um, I'd like to try to dispel magic. Uh, I don't know if I can target like the sleep effect itself, or if I'm gonna have to pick one. I'm gonna start with Hemlock and try to dispel the magic if I can.
Okay. Um,
Just because
your
I'm a third level.
okay. Uh, Hemlock does not stir as either. The magic seems to resist your attempts to dispel it,
Mm-hmm.
which is wild. But um, and you will be the first to hear it because you have the highest passive perception. You hear the sound of footsteps. It's very, very, very faint, and you're not sure if it's distance or just something small, but something is coming at you with another sound, something being dragged or something along those lines, something scraping along the stone ground. You have a few minutes before it will arrive.
Okay, there's something coming. Do you want to try to hide? I can't dispel this magic.
Well, there is nowhere to hide. It is one long tunnel. It is
Yep.
stand our ground, or those of us that are able to pick up the others and retreat. Those are the options, I believe.
What if we pretend to be sleeping and let them take us where they're going to take us and then wait for a moment to do something? What if there's too many for us to fight right now?
It sounds like as good a plan as any, although we do risk the potential that those of us that are only acting may be put to actual sleep. But
Mhm.
I think the only other realistic option is to stand here and confront them when they show up and perhaps talk our way out. But that seems unlikely given the situation. So pretend to be asleep at ease.
Gleam following suit. The three of you lay down on the ground and watching, you can see cast onto the wall the shadow of what at first it does that sort of cartoon thing where at first this shadow of a hunched over long furry eared creature starts off taking up the entire cave wall, and then it gets closer and closer, and the shadow shrinks smaller and smaller and smaller until 8 figures, each no larger than a mouse, pushing tiny wheelbarrows, show up. Uh, Next to each one floats uh, an orb of bright light just over their shoulders. The wheelbarrows that they are pushing are full of uh, pitons and ropes, and they each have a hammer uh, resting over the grips of their wheelbarrows. And they look at each other and nod. We got some more. Should we go get Oliver? Maybe we should.
Um,
Okay, no, let's
it-
just get this going.
just an FYI, if they try and tie me down or bind me up like Gulliver's travel style, like that's the end of Banner acting like he's asleep. He's not going to allow that to happen.
Okay. You watch these creatures as they pick up their hammers and uh, uh, pull some supplies their um, out of their wheelbarrows. And there are 8 of them, and there are 6 of you total, including Amador and Gleam.
Mhm.
And you watch uh, as actually you would be in the front, so
Mhm.
you would be the first one that they walk next to, and they are clearly preparing to do so.
The first one that gets near my arm, I'm going to try and grapple.
You see these creatures walking up to you,
Mhm.
and literally in the blink of an eye, they are next to you.
Mhm.
They have pounded pitons into the ground,
Mhm.
and there are thread ropes, but these are
Right.
tiny little creatures attached to the pitons. It literally looks like in a blink,
Mhm.
whether you were you are positive that you were not unconscious, you
Right.
didn't black out, like nothing. For you, it was a blink.
Mhm.
And you watch, uh, I'm assuming, I mean, if you would like to immediately break out, that's your choice.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Okay. You can make a strength check. Uh, athletics check, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as you sit up, like, and that's
Mhm.
literally the effort that is required for you to pop
Mhm.
these ropes. You watch the same thing happen to, who's next? Arlen. A
Mhm.
couple of them walk over to Arlen, and then in almost the blink, the ropes are all in place.
Mhm.
You don't even see the ropes move. It's not like they just moved really quick.
Yeah.
They were there and then they weren't. They were to
Mhm.
one side and then they were over. Clearly not strongly enough. You sit up, these
Right.
ropes just pull right out of the ground, and these little creatures look at you with terror on their face.
Mhm.
They squeak and try to run. If you would like to grab one, I will need an athletics check again. Uh,
Mm.
I am
Could
pretty sure.
I
Yep. Yeah,
make
you
a
are still awake,
roll
so
on my spirit table?
absolutely. Yeah. I okay. Well, they technically can beat you. Not like that. They can't. Yeah, you grab one of these things
Mhm.
easily,
Hey,
and
settle down. Settle down. Let's just have a conversation. There's no reason this needs to get any stranger than it already has.
you grab this one. The others go hauling ass down. Well, I mean, hauling ass
Mhm.
for a creature that small.
Mhm.
Uh, um, uh, and this one is is in your hand and staring at you. He's not moving.
Mhm. Where where were you going to take us? Why don't we wake my friends up and we will all go there together?
Just holding you down, holding you down from Oliver.
Hmm.
Come again?
Well, uh, how do we let Oliver know that we would like to see them?
I'm sure my friends went to get her.
So we should just.
Please don't hurt me.
I'm not going to hurt you, but you all run away so quickly. I had to reach out so that I could have a conversation with someone.
Um, there is a very sing-songy magical sound, not magical, but
Mhm.
like happy voice. Well, you could just learn how to knock. And coming around the
Mhm.
bend in the tunnel is a tall and slender human
Mhm.
woman with dark curly hair and uh no, dark straight hair and leather armor, uh, a very big smile on her face, um, with one of these tiny little creatures floating or not floating, sitting on her shoulder. The tiny wisp of light that even with the one you have grappled remains floating above its shoulder, um, uh, casting enough light to see her face. Pop this up. A couple more of these little creatures are peeking out of her pockets,
Mhm.
and uh, she just stops and smiled. She doesn't have any weapons out. You could introduce yourselves. I mean, the brigand. I mean, you could have announced yourselves. The Brigandocs don't really know how to fight, so he gestures to the people sleeping on the ground.
Mm. Well, uh, my name is Benya. I will introduce everyone. Um, would have knocked, but I did not see a door. Um, but clearly, you or your friends here have had eyes on us, and they could clearly see we were doing nothing but walking, not causing any problems. Before we continue this friendly conversation, which I hope that we can continue a friendly conversation, do you think perhaps we could wake my friends up?
He looks at the little creature on her shoulder and nods. And Trig, perhaps we should release them.
Oh, well, that is very kind of you.
Uh, the the little creature on her shoulder squeaks something back in Sylvan, which Arlen, you are able to you understand as uh, it, um, as it um, kind of protesting, like we can't trust them. We don't know them just because they said that's what if what if what if they rampage? What if they try to get into the chasm? What if they try to find the stones? We can't let them go. And this individual, the human woman looks back and answers in Sylvan, basically saying, "It's all right. I can handle this. I'm pretty sure." Um, the the little creatures, uh, in the same way that the ropes were put on all of you, s- these are not the same ones that roped you, but a new set in the same way that you were roped. They come over and just almost instantly the ropes are gone, and the little creatures are breathing a bit heavier, but are wheeling them away, the ropes and stuff in their tiny little wheelbarrows. Um, the magic that holds Court and Hemlock and Amador asleep does wear off after a time. The little creatures do not seem to be able to just lift it, but after about 10 minutes or so, the magic subsides.
Um, I'll sort of make small talk with Molliver as uh, Court and Hemlock and Amador are sort of coming to. And then once they're at least awake enough to perhaps engage in conversation, I will say, yes, Court, Hemlock, this is Molliver. I believe this is the individual that Elkhorn told us we should try and connect with.
Yes, I recall that
Oh,
name.
yeah, that sounds about right.
Uh,
Uh,
at the name of Elkhorn, she immediately perks up. Elkhorn? What? What is that stubborn old dwarf up to? Where did you meet him?
well,
In a hole.
Helped us
yes.
save some kids.
Well, I mean, you'll have to expand. Sort of gives you
I mean,
the
I think
go
that
on
really
gesture.
covers it. Tell us about yourself, please.
Uh, Not much to tell. I'm Molliver. I am I am a member of Valor's Call, along with Elkhorn, who you've already met, and several others who are up at the palace. I have been here with the Briganox for some time, keeping them safe. What is it that you all are doing here in Prismere?
Killing hags.
A little repair work. We're contractors.
Killing hags. That's difficult work. You just, what, strolled in to Prismere to look for hags?
Yeah, are you with the brigands? Brigadoons? We don't like these guys. Ugh. Excuse me.
That's unfortunate. Look at them. They're so darling.
Yeah, but they're mean. They're at war with our buds, I think.
Yes, we understand that the Briganux and the Corrids used to be great allies. And then when Prismere was split, that all fell apart. Why is it? Do you have any insight?
I don't know exactly. I do know the Briganox do tend to mine at all
Hmm.
hours of the day because it upsets the Corrids, but the Corrids come and set those awful statues outside.
That's sounds like there's just a matter of poor neighborly behavior on both sides. A little rude for either side to determine so.
But isn't like one of the whole things is that these brigadics are working for Indolin?
Certainly not. Endolin has kidnapped the Briganox best architect.
Hmm.
It's the Corrids who are supplying Endolin with their magical hair. She wouldn't have her contraptions otherwise.
Oh dear. There seems to be a dire miscommunication.
Well, we have very good news, Moliver. It seems like both you and the Corrids have been victims of Endolins and have had individuals and resources taken against your will. And the fighting, the animosity between these two former allies is all the result of a misunderstanding about whether help was given willingly or taken by force. Perhaps if we were all to join forces, we could remove Endolin and return this architect.
Hmm. That certainly seems to be in everyone's interest.
At this point, I will gently place the Prickinook that I've been holding down on the ground, and I'll apologize to him. I am sorry. I hope you can forgive me, but under the circumstances, I think you can at least see my point of view.
Uh, the Briganock uh, does that sort of ducking nod where they're like, "Yep, yep, yep," and then immediately turn and
Just wants
dash.
out, right?
Um,
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is, I literally could have said anything, and he would have been like, "Yep, yep, sure, yeah, no problem."
pretty much, yeah.
Right.
Just wanted to get out of there. Uh, if you are really determined to do something about Endolin, um, I'm if if you are to do something about Endelin. Why are you here then? Are
Secret
you
tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Wow, you were just full of them today, little cheese.
I'm feeling melodic.
Yes, we were informed by the guards that you had a secret tunnel to Mother Horn that was hidden by magic. Although, given the way this conversation has gone, it would not surprise me if they were misinformed. And it would also not surprise me if perhaps you believe that they are the ones with the secret tunnel.
she and the little Briganock on her shoulder, who has previously been called Trig, share a look and then turn to look at you and then back at each other. And the little Trig on her shoulder says to her in Sylvan, "They'll they'll have they'll have to test Rivenwish, but if they do that, then the Elder will let them use the tunnel. I'm sure of it." And
Who's Rivenwich?
they both turn to look at you, a little shocked that that you understand what they are saying.
I turn to
But
Arlen and ask, what is Rivenwich?
So I'm trying to find out.
Hmm.
They do have a tunnel, by the way. They definitely do. We have to prove ourselves
Oh.
or something.
Oh, wonderful. Then take us to the proving ground. Also, what is Rivenwich? I'm sorry,
if you will all follow me, I will show you to Rivenwish, and that can answer your question. And she leads you down the tunnel. Or she turns rather to lead you down the tunnel. And before you all have taken 2 steps, there is a sudden outcry from the Briganocks, who are all pointing quite fervently at Glee. And they are it is hard to understand, Arlen, because there are so many of them speaking over each other, but the general sense is that Gleam has no shadow. Gleam has been touched by Endelin. She should not be here. And Molliver will stop and turn and uh, essentially confirm as much in common, saying, "Your friend has no shadow.
Oh,
The
she been cursed.
Yes, she's made a deal with the hag. She can't be here. It's not safe for the Briganocks. We have no idea what her bargain is. The Shadowless are not welcome here."
She might. It's not safe outside either.
She's with us and we're going. I
more
don't want this to be
importantly,
a fight.
it is critical that she come with us to defeat Enderlin. Without her, we are lost.
This is a non-negotiable thing. I'm not losing my friend again.
Um, whoever would like to take lead, make a persuasion check for.
That sounds like Arlen.
That was a low roll. I've got an inspiration.
I can assist you.
Oh,
Yeah, you can roll one more time for the assistance.
what?
Oh my
goodness.
god.
Ay,
Brutal.
ay, ay.
I mean, it's still good. It's still good totals there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
I feel you.
do I have a thing that lets me re-roll myself?
As a
Uh,
bard? Probably not.
Well, I got special stuff.
The lucky.
One second. My where is? Oh, there it is. It's just closed. Yeah, I'm gonna spend 2 hit dice and roll again.
Okay.
With my thingy. 2. Okay. I'm gonna spend 2 more hit dice.
Oh god.
I got hit dice to spare. There we go.
I've got hit dice to spare. Smash cut to Arlen's bleeding out.
Right.
Look, I
And the
still got
only
3
healing we
left.
have is
Right.
your healing.
Right. Banner tries his rallying cry, which depends on hit dice.
I've got 3 left.
Nice.
I'm fine. Shouldn't have taken me 5 rolls to get there, but
But when it did,
You had an 18.
yeah, that's only a 7.
I mean, it's still an 18 total, but
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I
but
wanted this to
it's
be
not the
like
30. So
I wanted this to be a very strong thing, you know? Like
Yeah.
I wanted the roll to match the intention.
the two guides look at each other again and look at all of you and finally settle on Gleam, who does not flinch, doesn't look away or anything like that, and meets them eye to eye, and uh, the uh, the Molliver shrugs, and Trig, the little Briganock, looks at all of you. Well, if your majesties are vouching for her, then I suppose it's fine. She can come, but I, I, she doesn't have to leave. She can come down with you, but she cannot cross Rivenwish. I cannot change that. It will make more sense in a moment. And they turn and begin to walk back down the tunnel where they were leading you initially. The rest of the Briganocks who had made the fuss do their best to keep pace with you, but they are super tiny, and their speed is half of yours. And so, other than a few who follow you huffing and puffing the whole way, as they essentially are running to keep up with your leisurely walk, by the time you reach a wide open um, not chasm, cave, go with that for now. Uh, there is a large chamber essentially where it's clear Molliver has been staying, as there is a cot, as you know, something sized for a human, not sized for a Briganock. There are also a number of little tiny doors carved, not carved, but placed into the walls, leading to, as some of these doors open, you can see that they lead into quaint little homes with little furniture and rugs sized for the Briganocks. Um, and it is here that Trig, who turns to face all of you while Molliver continues to walk, says, "Your friend can rest here. Probably best if that one stays with her," pointing at Amador, who, for his part, shrugs and stops. Is that acceptable to all of you?
Look at Court and Arlen.
Could could you repeat it? What's acceptable? I'm so sorry.
For Gleam and Amador to stay here rather than come with you all down to whatever Riven Wish is that they have referred to several times.
Yeah,
Um,
as
In
long as you
Molliver's.
guys are nice to them.
They will be coming with us through the tunnel.
but you the tunnel is not on the other side of Riven Wish.
Okay.
With Gleam settled on the cot and Amador just standing next to her as Pollinella buzzes around his head. Molliver once again leads down through one of the handful of tunnels that branches off of this little room slash city center, um, leading you down to a large rent in in the cavern ground, a truly gaping chasm that just seems to carve through the tunnel. Um, it is apparent that the tunnel was already there when this split happened. Like they didn't tunnel, find this chasm, make it across, and then tunnel again. Something tore the mountain apart here. Um, there is on the far side of this chasm a small grotto, full of stalactites and stalagmites. The sound of dripping water echoing throughout the entirety of this area that you are in, as does the creaking of rope. A a very ancient looking rope bridge, truss bridge. So there are wooden planks that are suspended on rope lines that cross the chasm, um, roughly 100 feet across. The Beneath the bridge, well down, um, below, you can see a number of glowing stones. The darkness below punctuated by a plethora of purplish lights, and um, the uh, the twinkling far below, accompanied by a feeling of not darkness per se, but sort of a malaise, like something just feels wrong. And that feeling clearly emanates from whatever is glowing beneath. And Molliver turns to look at you. Trig still seated on her shoulder, the little glowing ball of light hovering just over one shoulder. And with a somewhat sardonic smile, Molliver gives a very grand, sweeping gesture. Well, here we are. Jolly old Riven Wish Chasm. You will need to speak to Obud. He's in the grotto on the other side. Good luck. Best to stay on the bridge and don't dilly-dally.
Feels yucky.
And with that general feeling of yuckiness, the sort of feeling you get when you like meet eyes with somebody who clearly is not a fan and just wishes you the worst. The dark the dark chasm bottom twinkling with the purple lights and the the grotto on the far side. I think that is where we will go ahead and call it for this week. Run a little over, but